to
But we felt that it is important that we get our own briefing so that we are able to prepare. This is despite the fact that you will see that the analysis is supposed to be signed by both, I think, the manager and then myself. The manager had not been able to go through it given the lot of work. So our senior researcher was under pressure, at least of giving us something. So we had to then agree with them that let us continue with the work that we have, so that when we meet the department, at least we are quite prepared. With that said, the agenda, we are using the one, the blue one, which is as follows. Yeah, okay. It's appearing there on the screen, which is opening and welcome, apologies, then constitution of the meeting, then adoption of the agenda, then we'll receive a briefing from the researcher of 2025-2026 APP, and then we'll discuss, and then we close it at that particular point. Babunkosi, are there any apologies?
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. Chairperson, we have not received any apology from any of the members except the one for our cluster manager, who is having a family engagement. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. And then can we then go to item number 3?
Thank you, Chairperson. Item number 3 is the constitution of the meeting. Chairperson, for a meeting to constitute, it requires 6 members. So we do have Honorable Makubane, who is online, which makes 6 members. So we do constitute, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, honorable members, can we adopt the agenda, which has, in fact, only one item? Yes, Honorable Winkler.
Umbesa and Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Zuma.
Honorable Chairperson, I move for the adoption of the agenda. Kodwa asazi noma tumupoitiani Makubane.
Yes, Honorable Winkler. Honorable Zuma have moved for adoption. Any seconder?
Van Prakash will second.
Thank you very much. We then give it to the committee researcher to take us through the APP.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members and colleagues. My name is Tandiwe Mtsuli. I'm the researcher for this portfolio committee. I'm going to be giving honorable members a summary of the annual performance plan, an analysis of the annual performance plan by the department. Before I start, honorable members, I wish to record that this department has submitted the APP way before the deadline. The deadline for the submission of the APP is the 31st of March 2025, and which is next week. So they've admitted it. They've submitted it in advance, and I think we must commend the department for that, because they have tried to accommodate us as a portfolio committee. Otherwise, they should have waited with everyone else until the deadline for every other department to submit. And also, I want to register in this portfolio committee that the report that they've submitted compared to the previous APPs in the previous financial years, this one is very detailed, it's very thorough. They've applied their mind in it, and that is appreciated, that is commendable, because this has been done prior to the date that they should have submitted the reports. With that said, honorable members, I'd like to take you through the actual reports. The department, honorable members, is mandated to, by the Constitution and different acts and government policies, to oversee the socio-economic transformation of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. It also leads the policy and strategic initiatives that are directed at promoting the growth of the economy in various sectors in this province. So, honorable members, for this department to achieve that, they are supposed to draft an annual performance plan. The annual performance plan indicates how the department is going to go about achieving the mandate with an allocated annual budget. I believe yesterday, honorable members, you received a budget update or analysis from my lady, Ms. Kaba, which is tied up to the annual performance plan that I'm taking you through right now. In terms of the policy priorities of the department, it is important, honorable members, Nestor, please. It is important, honorable members, that when you look at the annual performance plan of the department, you also look at whether it is aligned to the national and provincial priorities. Just in summary, the department has aligned its annual performance plan targets to the NDP as well as the PGDP of the province. Moving along, also, when you look at the medium-term strategic framework priorities, the department, we are focusing on strategic priority 1 and strategic priority 3. So these are the 2 strategic priorities that the department has made contributions to in as far as the medium-term strategic framework priorities are concerned. With regards to strategic priority 1, which is inclusive economic growth and job creation, the department has planned targets on programs 2, 3, and 4. And in terms of strategic priority 3, which is a capable, ethical, and developmental state, the department has planned targets which address this strategic priority in programs 1, 2, 3, and 4. So in terms of alignment, it is aligned. And just below, Honourable, just an illustration of what I've just explained above. Just to take up one example, if you look at the NDP vision, National Development Plan Vision 2030, if you look at Chapter 3 of the NDP, it talks about economy and employment. Chapter 4 talks about economic infrastructure. Then if you move over to the PGDP, it talks about, which is our provincial growth development strategy. It talks about inclusive economic growth and in transformation. So it is aligned, the department is aligned. And now you then go further and say, how now is the Department of Economic Development and Tourism responding to the NDP and the PGDP and the NCDP? So in terms of responding to these programs, the department has planned targets on program 2, programs 3, and program 4. But also, honourable members, for the benefits of this committee, members are aware that the department is extended to environmental affairs. So I'm only reporting on our portfolio committee oversight role. But also, I think it's important to also mention that also with when they were responding to the programs, also program 5, which is environmental affairs, was also involved. Okay, now in terms of comparative overview, my apologies. In terms of the comparative overview of the department's performance, honourable members, it is important that before you can even look at the APP, the annual performance plan of the department, you need to look at how have they performed in the previous years. So the department's performance for the 2024-2025 financial year is not ready yet, as members would know that the financial year ends on the 31st of March 2025. As I also explained, honourable members, that even the APP arrived before the actual cut-off time. However, that doesn't stop us from, as members would know, that I've given members, honourable members, an analysis of the first, the second, and the third quarter. So what is outstanding, Honourable Chair, is the fourth quarter. So we kind of have an idea of the department's performance. So now moving on to the graph, Nestor. Okay, what I've tried to do here, honourable members, was just to give honourable members, because this is a 7th administration, a majority of members were not part of the 6th administration, so I wanted to paint a picture of how the department has performed over years, Honourable Chair. If you look at financial year 2020-2021, the department performed at 89%, and then in 2022-23, that's where they performed very well. That was the best performing year, which was at 90%. There is the annual, so they achieved it. Annual target at 90%. If you look at 2023-2024, they were at 88%. Again, if you look at the performance of the previous 3 quarters, you'll see that the department is not doing very badly. The performance is satisfactory. However, we just need to wait for the 4th quarter and the annual report so that we actually have a fuller picture of what is actually happening. But the department is doing fairly acceptable in terms of implementing their targets. Again, in terms of the annual reports, Honourable Chair, it is not ready yet. It is you first close the quarters, as I have explained, that we are still awaiting the 4th quarter, which ends on the 31st, and then we'll probably get it sometime at the end of April. However, we are going to, so it becomes a bit difficult to determine accurately if the department chair will be able to implement. However, we are going to base our analysis, or this committee is going to rely on the quarterly performance of the preceding quarters. So for the 2024 financial year, in terms of the administration, which is program 1, the department for the annual targets, they planned for the 4 quarters of the annual year. At this stage, honourable members, it is not clear whether or not the department will be successful in achieving all its set annual targets. However, I can say with confidence that basing on the first, second, and third quarter performance, the department will be able, even though they will not get 100% on achieving their targets, but they will be able to achieve. As when you look at the history of their performance, you can see that in the first quarter, the first and second quarter, the department achieved, in the first quarter, they achieved 56%, which was not satisfactory. But when you look at the second quarter they achieved 67%, and then it gradually increased, and it significantly improved to 78%. So you can see, honorable members, that the department is really improving in terms of their performance on the first, on program number 1. In terms of program number 2, again, quarter 1 and quarter 2, they achieved 100%. However, in quarter 3, their performance decreased to 85%. We await the fourth quarter to see if they will be able to improve in that regard. Again, in the economic research, this is economic research, strategy and planning. Honorable, this is one of the targets that the department is doing very well in, the target has always been 100%, and they've always been able to achieve the 100% performance. On the other hand, the trade and industry development performance fluctuated over the past 3 quarters. For example, in quarter 1, they achieved 67%. In quarter 2, they achieved 100%. In quarter 2, 67%. And then in quarter 3, they improved to 88%. Okay, now, honorable members, I'm going to take you through to the current APP, which is 2025-2026. That is the APP, the annual performance the annual performance plan of the department that will be implemented in the new financial year. Okay, just to skip, when you go to an analysis of the department, so ERTA had set out several strategic priorities. They've already drafted the strat plan, which I think will be presented today, Honorable Chair, because it has not been tabled before the committee. The 2024-2029, which is a 5-year plan, has been, the department has already worked on it. They will be presenting on it today. I think it is important as they present, honorable members, just to check if they are aligned, but if it is aligned to the budget, because when you plan, it is aligned to the annual performance plan, because when you plan for 5 years, then you need to look at the target that you set, if they are actually in line with what you said you would have covered in a 5-year period. In terms of program 1, honorable members, which is this program provides strategic leadership, supports and transversal business solutions to enable the MEC as well as the HOD to effectively and efficiently deliver on their mandates. So, honorable members, I'm pleased to report to this committee that in the previous quarters, I've been complaining about the department not reporting or not having targets on the payment of invoices within 30 days. So in the 2025-2026 APP, they've included the targets of ensuring that payments are paid within 30 days. The valid invoices are paid within 30 days. So 30 days, and they've targeted that a target at 100%. So they want to make sure that all valid invoices are paid in time. Also, honorable members, another important output is the compliance with the procurement targets of the previously disadvantaged individuals. In the past, they would just say 100%. So now what they've done is they've broken it down to procurement for spend for African suppliers. So they've targeted it at 20%, women at 25%, youth at 7%, youth at 25%, my apologies, and people with disabilities at 7%. This has never been done in the past. They would just give a percentage without breaking down. So now, honorable members, it will be easy for this portfolio committee to actually track in terms of the percentages that they've given, that they've broken down. In terms of the issues for consideration, questions to ask to the portfolio, to the department, of significant importance is the oversight of public entities. Honorable members, the department has have emphasized that they are going to produce 12 financial assessment reports to monitor the public entities. However, what they have not said or they've not done is to monitor the annual performance plan of these entities, because you cannot monitor the budget alone without looking at the targets, because the budget should talk to the targets of the entities. If you say, for example, you're transferring 500 million to a growth fund, then you must also look at what is it that they are going to do with this 100 million. And also at the end of the financial year, you must also check if the 100 million actually went to the target that they said they were going to implement it on. Also, honorable members, I also wish to stress the importance of recruitment of women at SMS level. Members would recall that in the previous quarters, I've always stressed that the department has failed to achieve these targets over the previous quarters and financial years. Also, they've also indicated that they want to achieve 50% in this APP or the upcoming financial year. Also, I'd like to, honorable members, also to monitor this target, because it is a target that they failed to achieve over the years. Under Program 2, the purpose of the program is to advance economic growth, job creation initiatives. Under this program, honorable members, there are many targets, but I've decided to zoom into Operation Vula. Okay, with the department reported that they have specific challenges related to Operation Vula Fund, and that they said these difficulties include the tracing of funded businesses, and they said about 10% of the entities are untraceable. While on the other hand, they also mentioned that they have received insufficient detailed business plans, meaning they've received business plans that do not have enough information to actually fund those beneficiaries. And they also reported the pilferage and the misuse of the funded. They said 5% of the funded businesses are actually misusing the funding that they've received. I'd like honorable members, when the department presents, to ask them to explain how it plans to trace the 10%, also the value of the 10%. Because remember, honorable members, Operation Vula normally starts, it goes up to 2 million. So honorable members may want to know how much is entails this 10% of the untraceable. Also, they should also provide honorable members the reasons or an explanation of how these entities were funded, or these beneficiaries were funded in the first place, if they can no longer trace them now. What exactly is required by the department to locate them? What will the department do going forward to guard against this loss, as well as those that are untraceable? Also, members, I would also request members to also ask the department to also explain how they are going to, what makes Sometimes when they respond, they cited that the long turnaround. They cited the long turnaround time to respond to applications. Members would recall that the department responded and said they actually so the department used the manual process to process the applications. And then the HOD in fact responded in that meeting, and he said they're actually considering procuring a modern technology to fast track this. So I'll request honorable members to follow up on the progress of that modern technology, so that they fast track the Operation Vula Fund applications. If that has not been done, then they must also explain to this committee how they plan to speedily administer, process and award the funding of OVF, Operation Vula Funding beneficiaries. Program 3, Honorable Chair, the physical infrastructure. The department continues to face challenges with physical infrastructure, particularly in terms of office administration or accommodation for staff. And they cited that the problems are mainly in Pietermaritzburg, and district offices. They said they're currently paying exorbitant fees for landlords to lease the offices, and they said what they are trying to do is trying to mitigate this by considering purchasing buildings, so that they do not pay landlords a rental on a monthly basis. So I'd recommend to the committee to monitor this indicator and ensure that the department secures permanent office accommodation so that they can save the tax that we pay, and also save on paying the exorbitant rental fees to the landlords. Also, I picked up poor planning, honourable members, in terms of infrastructure projects, and I think members would have picked this up when we're doing our oversights last week, that there seems to be a lot of poor planning when it comes to infrastructural projects. So what happens is the department will plan, they would have a target, they would plan for all 4 quarters, but they would not plan anything for the first quarter, the second quarter, and the third quarter, and they will only plan for the 4th quarter. And honourable members, you'll know that when you don't plan any activities for the first, second, and third quarter, you stand a chance of failing on the 4th quarter, because you do not know for sure if you will requires a new construction of a fire station and the runway, the hangars, just to name a few. Also, when you refer to Market Airport, they also require a fire truck. Also, the department is not budgeted for that. Again, infrastructural projects that are not completed over a long period. I reside here in Maritzburg. The department reported that they are building 70 new stalls in Imagine, and they said this project started in 2023. But members who are familiar with Maritzburg would know that there is no construction happening of the informal trading stalls in Maritzburg. They said it was going to be completed next year. But if you look at the expenditure, they've only spent 1 million of the 3 million yet. Probably it's only on the bulk infrastructure, but there is nothing that is, so there are delays on that project. Madaden is another project with delays. Manguzi, honourable members, you'd recall when we had extending. Honourable members, you'd recall that when we had our oversight visit at Umhlabialingana, the department reported on Manguzi informal infrastructure, where they said there was a double dipping. They said municipality applied for funding of 12 million from the department, but also the service provider also applied from national. So members recommended in that meeting that our budget and content advisor was going to actually investigate on what actually happened, but the department is bringing back the program in the 2025-2026 APP. It's not supposed to be back in because this this infrastructure is up and running. It's already under construction, so it's not supposed to come up because the funding from ATIA was not used. Honourable Chair would recall that there were litigations around this matter, and honourable members asked from the meeting what was the way forward, and they said so the resolution was to get Ms. Kaba to investigate. Again, another infrastructure that is taking too long to complete is the Mkuza Regional Airport. As I've explained, that there are too many items that are still missing, yet it's not budgeted for. Again, on issues for consideration, if the committee could closely monitor the implementation of these projects. Another delays in the implementation, another critical area, honorable members, is the delays in the municipal projects. They seem to be an issue, and it is not clear, honorable members, if it's the lack of skills or the experience in implementing these projects, because what will happen is the department will transfer monies into the municipality for the project that they would request them to implement. So the projects are taking too long to complete. And I've listed below, honorable members, that is a list of the projects that are way behind in terms of completion. The issue for consideration, I would request honorable members to closely monitor the implementation of these municipal projects, and the department also should update during our quarterly meetings on the progress of these municipal projects, and also cite challenges that they are faced with in terms of implementation, because members, it is not the department that implements, but it is the municipality. So if the issue is the human resources, perhaps lack of skills by municipalities, or the vacancies in the municipalities, then they must cite and explain, because it doesn't look good when you transfer monies into the municipality, but the projects are not completed. Because remember, honorable members, the projects, the beneficiaries of those projects are actually people on the ground. So when funds are transferred, projects are not completed, it appears as if the department is not functioning. And the last one, honorable members, is the economic research and strategy planning, which I've explained is doing very well. And also, when I looked through their targets, they have not planned too many targets on this. They've only planned to conduct 3 research activities or research studies this financial year, which is fair, because you cannot, when you start a research project, you need to plan it for a particular time and then also bring in findings. And research takes time to complete. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, I'd like to mention that even though the financial year has not ended and we have not received the performance of the fourth quarter, but it looks that the APP of the department, as I've explained, it's aligned with all the required it fulfills all the requirements in terms of the National Treasury, in terms of the NDP, the PGDPS, and etc. So I can safely say that the APP of the department, or the performance of the department, will be able to achieve its set targets in 2024-2025. However, the role of the portfolio committee is very critical in ensuring that what they've put on plan is actually carried out and it is implemented and achieved, so that the department is able to carry out its mandate of transforming the socio-economic, of overseeing the socio-economic transformation of this province. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, it's now your opportunity to ask questions if there are any, in what I believe is a rather straightforward report. But I will give it to honorable members to ask question or comment. As we prep to meet the department.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Baba Makubane.
No, I don't think there are any questions on my side, but well done, Mkabai. I think you have actually equipped us, and you also have gave us ammunition in terms of what to ask, what to look at, what to concentrate on, or on when we meet the department. So I think you have done well your research. You have assisted us very much on how to look and what to look on the report. So we have to give credit ways to uhlakaniphile awufani nosihlalo uhlakaniphile Mkabayi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makubane. Honorable members, anyone want to input?
Ngamalala.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to yourself and to members and the support staff. I really think we got a very good briefing, and all issues that needs to be elevated was really then the researcher was able to raise them. I fully agree with Honorable Makubane ngaphandle nje kwaleya last part engithaya ngiyona ingxenye yayo. Mina ngempela nje ngimazi kahle sihlalo hlaniphe kakhulu.
No, thank you very much, Ngamalala. And don't worry, it takes a smart man to recognize another smart man. So you must not worry about those words. I think, honorable members, I also agree with both Honorable Zuma and Honorable Makobane. I think this report is quite straightforward, detailed. We will commend the department where I think they have done well. We will raise issues where we believe they have not. I think you will then, honorable member, have 9 minutes just to stretch yourself, and then at 9 we resume with the department. I'm told there is a T. MK must capitalize on it, because moving forward we'll be paying for it 40% tax, honorable members.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Sure, Solomon. 1 2 1 2. Yeah, right, man. 1 2 1 2. Right.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable members, we may be seated so that we begin our meeting. We're supposed to start at least at 9. So let us settle down. Thank you very much, honorable members, and good morning to all of you. Let me take this opportunity and welcome all honorable members who have joined us. We started a little bit earlier today, and the weather speak different things to different people. For people like Honorable Zuma, when the weather is like this, they think about farming because they are farmers. For other honorable members, particularly those from MK, when the weather is like this, they think about certain activities which are not productive. That's on the lighter note, honorable members. Can we, I will take this opportunity and present the agenda. Babunkosi, can we beam the agenda? Okay. As they do that, at least I'll take it that it is in front of us. There will be opening and welcome. Then there will be apologies. And yeah, it is as presented there, honorable members. I wanted to quickly go through it, but since it is there now, there will be no need. Now, without waste of any time, we'll then go to you, to Bamkosi, to deal with apologies.
Good morning, Chairperson, MEC, honorable members and colleagues. Chairperson, on apologies, item 2, we've received apology. The committee received an apology from Honorable Uknene, who reported to be having a political party engagement. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We'll then go to the legal advisor to take us through item 3.
Morning, honorable members, honorable chairperson, honorable MEC, colleagues. Our meeting is properly constituted, honorable chairperson. Thank you.
I always wonder about that. While it is properly constituted, but we should at least be able to have an indication of the exact members who are present. Nonetheless, I can see that 9 out of 11 members of the committee are indeed in the meeting. Our quorum is 6. Thank you very much for that. Honorable members, can we deal with the item 4, which is the adoption of the agenda? Can we have a mover and a second of the agenda? Yes, Honorable Winkler.
I move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Winkler.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Barbara. I hope I've pronounced you correctly.
It's not bad, Chair, it's terrible.
It's not. Sorry for that. And then, honorable members, will then hand over to the honorable MEC. Honorable MEC, let me first take this opportunity and welcome you and the department in this portfolio committee, and indicate, honorable MEC, that as a portfolio committee, while there are indeed certain challenges, but we are quite appreciative of the improved way in which we work with the department. We appreciate particularly the fact that we have been able to prepare a comprehensive APP and send it to us. We have looked at it and compared it with different departments. We might be quite honest, it is comprehensive, it is detailed, it responds to all the legal prescripts, and we also know that you have also, the department have prepared some of the work which they've prepared before time, and then they were able to give us. We should be able, Honorable MEC, to appreciate where the department have done well, so that that continue to happen in that particular way. I thought I should welcome you with those few remarks and then hand it over to you to have your own remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, senior officials from the department, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to once again appear before the Portfolio Committee, an opportunity that we do not take for granted, because according to my previous presentations to this august committee, I've always said that we prize the guidance of this committee in what we do. We value the input that the committee makes from time to time, and therefore it is encouraging to get the kind of feedback that the submissions that we have made at least meet with the expectations of the honorable members of the committee. Chairperson, as we embark on this financial year, we are reminded of the immense responsibility placed on us to accelerate economic recovery and growth, particularly in a province as dynamic and resilient as KwaZulu-Natal. Today's deliberations take place against the backdrop of the 2025-2026 provincial budget speech delivered this week by the MEC for Finance, the Honorable Francois Rogers. This speech highlighted both the challenges we face and the opportunities available to strengthen fiscal discipline and to advance key developmental priorities. With a provincial budget of 158 billion rand, the emphasis on rebuilding our economy, on addressing unemployment and ensuring financial sustainability resonates deeply with the strategic goals outlined in our annual performance plan. The budget speech also emphasized the importance of inclusive growth, particularly for sectors like agriculture, health, education, and youth empowerment. I am happy and confident to say that these priorities are well aligned with the key pillars of our APP, which aim to drive economic diversification, infrastructure development, and tourism growth, while fostering good governance and environmental sustainability. The Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs has a pivotal role to play in ensuring the implementation of impactful programs that respond to the urgent need for economic transformation. Therefore, we remain committed to good governance, with 68% of our budget allocated to public entities under our supervision. This therefore requires robust oversight to ensure that these entities actually deliver measurable outcomes that benefit communities across the province. And we rely on this honorable and august committee for us to be able to execute that kind of task. Honorable members, as we discuss the APP and budget today, I invite your critical input to ensure that we align our strategies with the needs of our communities and the broader economic recovery plan for our province. Let us therefore work together to unlock the full potential of KwaZulu-Natal and to create a future defined by shared prosperity and opportunity for all. With those few remarks, I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I will, of course, through you, Honorable Chair, MEC, give item 6 to the HOD. HOD, you are not going to chair, but you are going to facilitate 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3. You will be able to deal with all those presentations. They will be facilitated by you, and then I will come back and take over in item number 7. Over to you, HOD.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and honorable members, and honorable MEC, the colleagues who are members of the executive of ATIA. Thank you for the opportunity to come and account on the 2025-2026 APP and the budget, which is also in line with the MDDP and aligned to the vision of the department as it has been tabled by the Honorable MEC. I'm going to run through the non-financial information or performance information on the APP, and the CFO will then deal with the financial information. I will then deal with SAPREF, but I will talk about it, Chair, and give feedback in terms of what has transpired between us and DMRE. But I think I will deal with it when we arrive at that level. Given my side, I'll use what I have before me. But thank you for assisting me to run the slides. We thought it's important just to give a global overview in terms of the outlook, so that we give a picture as to where we are as the emerging market, but also as the second biggest economy in the province. I must indicate, honorable members, that as before COVID, we're sitting at 16.4 contribution to the national GDP, and of course, given the challenges we have now, we're sitting at 16.2. Some of the risk that we can share with yourselves, and I think you do know, it's a conflict and geopolitical tensions, the issue of the food disruptions in the market and in inflation, as well as the financial stress, which we do think that it is a challenge. Issues of climate change. I'm still in slide 4. If I go to slide 2, this is the performance of the department. I've since moved now to the next slides. This demonstrates our performance as a province, as to how we fare within the province, within the country as a whole, that we contribute 16.2% to the national GDP. And what I must emphasize that we're at 16.4 at some point, but it was 16.2, and now we're in the point of recovery. Of course, Gauteng is leading, and we are number 2, and Western Cape is breathing just behind us. And I must say, honourable members, that the Western Cape is making strides, especially when it comes to construction in other areas, and a lot of investment that goes there. And some of them, we lost them because of what we experience in terms of the climate change related issues. Here we are also giving an analysis in terms of our economy that the growth has been modest. However, the consumer price inflation moved back into a target band, which means there's a lot of work that is being done in the country to make sure that we're not worsening off. However, the fiscal trajectory is posing a key risk with rising debt levels of a particular concern, and I think that's quite important because there's less cash that people get, and there's less money. So, and we are also exporting less than we import, and that's the challenge that we have. So we rely more on imports, and we need to make sure that we introduce the import replacement schemes as a country. And this we cannot change, but of course, as a province, we can always make a contribution nationally. And we hope that the industrialization policy that is yet to be introduced will assist us to address some of the issues. If we go to the next slide, in terms of the industries that are dominant, you can see that in agriculture it's 25%. If you go to the next slides, in mining we are nowhere. If really there's something to go by, it's even very less. I must say that when it comes to mining, we are engaging the MRE just to look at the impact of mining, especially in the north part, the Zululand and Umzinyati, and I do know that there are some few, or if not one mine that we have in the south coast, but it's an area that we still have to pursue because it's labor intensive. But as far as mining is concerned, we do not feature safe for manufacturing. We're sitting at 19%. We're not happy at all about manufacturing. Hence has been identified as one of the key sectors that we must pursue. Utilities, we're at 16%. Construction, 18%. Trade, we're sitting at 10%, as well as the transport, which is 20%, and finance, 13%. Personal services is 21%, and that's the main that made us to do or to emerge as one of the leading economies or in the province, in the country, as well as the government, which means government appears largely in terms of the contribution. We are sitting at 14% there. In terms of the downside risk to growth, we still have the skewed ownership of economic assets. There's a large of survivalist-driven informal sector. This year we'll be presenting the informal sector strategy or framework to address some of these issues, and I think the honourable members know that we have had a challenge with spaza shops and general dealers, and I think what we see here as a risk needs to be turned around. We have a large unskilled and same-skilled labour force. There's no way we can grow economy if the people we have are not skilled. So we need to make sure that we focus on innovation as well as research and development. High volume of raw semi-beneficiated exports, which means we do not produce a material here and make sure that when we export them, they are finished product. So normally what we do is we take a raw, and when it comes back, we pay a lot of money. We do have distressed companies, and we've got quite a number of them that have closed down. So here we are not peculiar as a province. Eroding primary sector as well as the services-driven economy, which means we've got the banks and we've got the KPMG of this world being leaders instead of manufacturing and construction. The next one deals with challenges that you have in the province. The sugar industry is in the verge of collapse. Honorable members, we have had a discussion with the industry, and not long ago the portfolio committee was here, and you find that most of the areas where you've got sugar cane, they've been taken by the property sector. If you go towards the north, that's where they're building houses, and they buy that piece of land from Hulet. And how do we then turn around? But I'm happy to indicate they do have a plan to say how do they diversify the industry to also produce oil and fuel. And this is part and parcel of what we'll be working on together with the Department of Trade and Industry to support. But I think it's quite key for us to ensure to report that it is declining, but we have to intensify the issue of implementation of the master plan. The issue of the climate change is still a problem in the province, and we have to focus on it. The industrial estate, which is collapsing due to lack of maintenance, this requires the whole province to make sure that we focus on that. And I'm happy to report that DTIC is supporting us to revive all the industrial estates that we have, and the Tala is making some strides to revive those that they have. The rise of digital technologies and AI and blockchain platforms, we need to make sure that we focus on that, because those are the jobs of the future. MKI will have to make sure that it focuses on that, because it's their role to make sure that we focus on innovation and research and development. But these are challenges. If we do not deal with them, we may not be able to be competitive. The potential threat in the rise of protectionism through tariff wars, the USA, I think, is following suit. We are not going to be saved from that one. And I think the nation which also would be impact on us as the second biggest economy, how we deal with that issue, it will have to be led by national government. The issue of the low-cost manufacturing in Asia, especially in India, that is also impacting on the industrialization program that they want to pursue. The informal sector, which is rather small relative to other developing nations, and we have to make sure that we also rely on that. But I think when we are ready as a province, we'll be able to make a report. The next one just gives you the stats in terms of the quarterly employment from 2019 to 2024. That now we're sitting at 2,842. And you can see that as much as we have made a dent from 2019, we're sitting at 2,598. We have not made the strides to reach the pre-2019 level or COVID levels, but at least we are in the process of recovery. The employment by sector, the private sector is leading. We're sitting at 19% in 2019. And now at 20%. So there is a progressive realization of what we want to achieve. At the time, the private sector was at 80%, and now we're at 79%. So pretty much closer. And the next one is just we are dealing with the unemployment rate from 2013 to 2023, and you can see for 10 years how we're moving from 20.50% to 31 is quite a jump, which we have to deal with, but also we deal with the 5-year process or the period when you look at the issues of unemployment. So it's a problem that we're trying to deal with, but it's so difficult because even if people get employed, there are new people who have to join the labor market, some of which cannot join the labor market and participate. I'm not going to go, but if you look below, we are able to explain the period, the quarter, and I think there's a summary below. I think it's the next slide that tells you that for that period, the unemployment rate increased by 10.6% point between the first quarter of 2013 to the second quarter of 2024. I think next slide. Yes, that's the one. Then if you look at the 5-year horizon, the unemployment rate increased by 6% point between the first quarter of 2019 to 2024, and the last one, just for 1 year, just 1% between 2023 to 2024, the fourth quarter and the second quarter. You can see that is reduced, but even the period. And we hope that this trend will continue for the better, and we will be able to address this issue as we try to deal with issues of unemployment. The next one is the unemployment rate in the world, competitively speaking. We're sitting at 33.5 as South Africa, and if you compare the other nations, and you can see that especially the continents, you look at the East Asia, you look at Northern America, you look at South Asia, they are sitting at 5.8%, and yet we're sitting at 33%. It's the next slide. I'm running. That's the one. That's South Africa, and the longest one. So we contribute towards that as the second biggest economy in the province, in the country rather. So that's South Africa, and I think that's the issue that we're failing to address as a nation. Whether it's a macroeconomic policy that needs to be reviewed is something else, but I think the industrial policy will help us to address some of these issues as we move forward. Now, when we have to move towards the draft MTDP, our focus is mostly on the inclusive economic growth and job creation. Of course, here we're making comparative analysis with the PGDS of 2021 and what is the proposed outcome, because what we're focusing on as a proposed outcome is the decent jobs which are sustainable. We don't want to talk about PWP is just an intervention for the state, but it's not sustainable. And I think for us, that's what we just need to do and make sure that we expand and reindustrialize. If we do not reindustrialize, which means we'll just be conduit of the finished product. We want to make sure that everything is done locally and then we can export. Then we can move to the capable and ethical state. That's the one that is also important, which is the third one. I'm just focusing on those that I think are quite important for us to deal with, which means the first one in terms of the inclusive growth and transformation, as well as the government and state capacity. What we do not see here, which is critical, is the one that deals with issues of climate change. But for us, the focus of the government as well as the province is the priority number one. If we do not have inclusive growth and we do not address the issue of job creation, is the issue is the how part. Then the next slide deals with the structural design of the department, as it were, which I'm not going to go deep into it because it's just a structure. Now I'm going to go to what we are seized with as a department, but also as a cluster. The MTDP strategic priority number one. This is what we're leading is the next slide. This is not only the 8-year. We're sharing this with honorable members, and I think when government comes and present after it has been fully adopted, we'll be able to present to your good selves. We're sitting at 3. This is the baseline that we have. If we can just move to the next slide. The baseline of 31.1. That's the task of the economic cluster to make sure that at the midterm, at least we then reduce the unemployment to 25% at the end of the term, and we must be at 20%, which means all the departments that are within the economic cluster have to work together to make sure that this is resolved and addressed. And it's not only limited to 8-year, and we do rely on the private sector for us to do this, because private sector's job is to create jobs. We have just to make sure we provide services and create conditions. So then the employment is sitting at 2.8. and we want to increase to 3 million, and then we move to 3.2 million at the end of the term. The economic growth, we are very conservative because we're aware that we're also affected by externalities. We are sitting at 1.1% as a province based on our performance in 2023, and the medium term we are forecasting the 3.2%, which we have to sustain until the end of the term. The share of the wholesale and retail trade output in the GDP, the baseline is 13.7, and we want to move to 14.7 and 16%. The agriculture and forest and fishing, which is as a sector, which is a major contributing sector in terms of the labor-intensive sectors of the economy. There we have got 11%, and we are estimating what we call 12 and 13%. Manufacturing, which needs to be geared up, we're at 4%, and we want our contribution to be 4.5 and 5%. What is key? What I will just focus on is the business confidence index. We are sitting at 53%, and we have taken a bold decision that we must, at least at the end of the term, we must sit at 60%. So we hope that all the investments that we're getting in the beginning of the 7th administration, they will help us as a province to reach 60. If it means we surpass the national, that would be much better. Others are there are investments that we're looking at in terms of the rand value, as well as the gross fixed capital formation to 20% of GDP. Currently, we're sitting at 15%, and we're projecting 17 and 20. If you look at the science and technology, this is the R&D, and as a province, we need to make sure that we contribute towards this. From our point of view as ATIA, we have got MKI that will assist us working with the Premier's office to drive the issues of innovation. Of course, private sector, they have to make a contribution as well. Currently, the baseline is 0.5%, and we are anticipating that come the end of the term, we'll be sitting at 1%, and we are going to continue to engage the business sector to participate. In terms of ease of doing business, which is the main problem, it is the main problem. It has not been quantified. This is a new target. That's why it is new. But we're setting ourselves at 70 and 75 as a province to say we must be able to do better. The reason why Western Cape is able to make strides is easy for them to do business, and there are a lot of mechanisms that they are pursuing to make sure that business come in and are able to trade. Now here, this is just a theory of change, that if the ideal future, which is our vision, is a dynamic and inclusive one, which we are trying to make sure that we pursue the growth in the province, but also to make sure that we protect the environment. We need to make sure that we have got an inclusive and transformed economy, but also we must make sure that there is a value add in terms of what we're doing by making sure that the quality of life of the people is changed. Whatever we do, we must make sure that the lives of the people is changed. I'm now moving to the outcomes, which is the desired outcomes for 2030, enabling environment for investment and improve competitiveness. There must be increased employment and work opportunities and economic transformation for just society, which talks about accelerated growth of industrial and labor-intensive. The jobs that, or any industry that we must encourage to participate, must create jobs for us. If it doesn't create jobs for us, which means we may have to review the way in which we do things. We talk about supportive economic policy environment. That's why the ease of doing business becomes critical for us, so that there is an increased investment, trade and tourism. And the last one is the issue of infrastructure. Now we're going to the APP I'll try and move. I've been notified in terms of time. Honorable members, I'm not going to dwell much in terms of what we do. I think you might be aware now what is that we do in terms of Program 1, the Office of the CFO, which deals with compliance with PFMA and strategic sourcing in the department, as well as corporate services. This is internal support to the department, as well as the HR, to ensure that we have got professionals and people with requisite skills to assist us. In terms of the draft APP, as far as Program 1 is concerned, payment of valid invoices within 30 days. We talk about 30 days when everything has been submitted, not when half of information has been submitted. But there's no reason for us not to pay even within 5 days if a person has submitted everything. And we have given ourselves 100%, which should not be a problem. 25% spend on PDIs of African supplies. This is also linked to this SCM policy, because anything that you do must be linked to your policy. The 20% spend on PDIs who are women, and 25% spend on PDIs who are youth suppliers, as well as the 7% spend on persons with disabilities. These are the contractors. We're talking not only the individuals, but we can have an entrepreneur, but also have companies that are led by them. Then it transfers and subsidies that will spend 100%. Still within Program 1, recruitment of females at SMS. Facilitation of consequence management, we have 100%. Recruitment of females at SMS, 50%. Recruitment of persons with disabilities at 2%, but I know that we have surpassed that. But we have, at the end of 2027, 2028, sitting at 3%. We want to make sure that we do better than the whole of the province on that one. The vacancy rate is 10%. This one is prescribed. It is as per the PSA framework at 10%. Compliance with performance management procedure, 100% implementation. We also must adhere to it. And implementation of health and wellness initiatives, 16%. This is 16 in terms of the number, and we'll do 16 of those to make sure that the people that we have in the department are healthy and are being supported. When we go to the financial performance and audit, the number of financial assessment reports produced, there are 12, and we'll stick to that. And the operational efficiency in terms of the resolutions that will be implemented, we start at 50, then progressively we'll then move, because we are still also a learning department, to make sure that we meet the new requirements as we move forward. When we go to Program 2, which deals with enterprise development, economic empowerment, regional and local economic development, and regulation services and consumer protection, market access opportunities for facilitated for small enterprises in priority sectors. We will then support 10, then we'll end up with 12 consecutively. Then small enterprises incubated in priority sectors. We'll start with 80 next year, and then 80 and 80 in 2027, 2028. The business infrastructure for small enterprises is going to be 1. Job facilitated for trained priority groups is going to be 900. Then we're going to have 1,000. We move to women. We'll start with 80 and then 8 and then 8 across for the 3 years. Youth and women business empowerment initiatives for priority sectors, because the sectors that have already identified. We'll start with 8 for 2025, 2026, and then we will then move to 12 for the next 2 years. Business supported to graduate to black industrialists is not an easy, because this is what we're working on. There's a pipeline that will be introducing soon, how these small companies graduate from being SMMEs to be black industrialists. We start with 2 and we'll add another 2 and another 2. And that pipeline, we hope, is also going to assist even national government to learn from us, as to say how do they progress to the next level. The next one is black industrialist companies provided with business operational support. There are 4, which means there will be 16 in total over the period of 3 years. And the black-owned businesses supported to access markets in terms of funding and investments. It will be 80 and 110 and 110. I must indicate that on this one, we will be working with national government where if we do not have funding, we have to leverage on DTIC, ITC, and small business development department to make sure that this is realized. Platforms provided for the BEE compliance, engagement, and analysis. We start with 8, then we'll end up with 9 and 9. And the BEE enforcement partnership established is going to be 2, then we'll end up with 6 over the period of 3 years. And the empowerment initiatives to mainstream persons with disability over the period of 3 years will be 3. Still within Program 2, the municipal informal infrastructure project funded is going to be 15, and then we're going to have 10 and then 16. And social and informal entrepreneurs capacitated 150, 45, and 45. Here we do work with the academia to make sure that this is realized because they are good in capacitation. The municipal red tape interventions that we have to do to support municipalities for ease of doing business and make sure that they cut the red tape. We'll identify 6, and then we'll have 6 and 6 over the period of 3 years, as well as the municipal employment initiatives. Here we fund municipalities to ensure that they create employment in their own areas. We'll start with 9 in the next financial year, and then we'll have 6 and 6. In terms of municipality assisted with digital technologies to facilitate business licenses and informal trader permits, it's 42 and 42 across. Programs facilitated to support informal economy is 15, 15, 15 across. If we do better, we'll add, and I think we'll review next year if we feel that we do have capacity to do so. A business inspection conducted, we start with 1,000 across and will end, which means will be 3,000 across for the period of 3 years. The gaming and liquor appeals, the percentage of the regulatory gaming and liquor appeals is going to be 19% because we have got an entity that deals with the appeals, but they will always appeal to the Honorable MEC either to confirm or to review the applications or the decisions that have been given, and we have got 90% for the next financial year and 90% as well for the next subsequent years. The number of catalytic initiatives implemented, there are 7 across over the period of 3 years. Consumer awareness programs conducted, 1,400 rather, across the period of 3 years, and the number of businesses enrolled on compliance programs is going to be 24 across. Still within Program 3, I think we thought that is important just for purposes of alignment to also mention the entities that are linked to this particular program, which is Program 2. You have got Itala IDFC because they do provide support to the small businesses and cooperatives. The Growth Fund or agency, which provides funding to the black industrialists, which now seeks to support what this program is doing. Then the last one is Economic Regulatory Authority, which deals with gaming and betting. If we go to Program 3 that deals with strategic industrial interventions, trade and investment, sector development, tourism planning, tourism growth and development, and tourism sector development. When we talk about the number of infrastructural projects funded to stimulate job creation, 3 of those will be undertaken in the next financial year, and the 3 as well in the subsequent years. And the projects funded to drive sectoral transformation is going to be 15 for the period of 3 years, and the number of strategic intervention framework developed is going to be 6 over the period of 3 years. In terms of trade and investment, the number of trade and investment coordinating structures funded is going to be 6 of those over the period of 3 years. The number of companies supported for exports is going to be 45 over the period of 3 years. The number of business environment index studies that will be undertaken is going to be 4 over the period of 3 years. I think this one is quite important because we need to make an assessment as to whether we are making strides or not in terms of the environment as a province, whether we are investment friendly and whether businesses can come and do business. The number of inward missions supported, there will be 6 of those, and the number of district stop shops funded, there will be 6 of those over the period of 3 years. In terms of the cannabis processing facilities developed and operationalized, it's going to be 1 next year, and over the next 2 years, it's going to be 2, which will translate that into 5. And the number of clusters funded to enhance sectoral competitiveness is going to be 6 over the period of 3 years. Listed below are the entities that are linked to Program 3, being the Dube Trade Port, because they deal with sectors of the economy in pursuit of job creation and economic and inclusive growth, the Richards Bay IDZ, as well as the trade and investment, which mobilize investors to the province. When we talk about tourism planning, the number of tourism structures supported, there will be 14 across the period of 3 years. The tourism frameworks developed is going to be 3 years it's going to be 9 over the period of 3 years. The number of tourism products supported will be 15 over the period of 3 years. The number of interventions implemented to support tourism sector compliance is going to be 16 next year, and that number will apply in the next subsequent years. The number of initiatives implemented to support tourism enterprises is going to be 12 over the period of 3 years. And the number of tourism empowerment initiatives implemented is going to be 9 next year and 9 in 3 years. And then the entity that is aligned to tourism is KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Film Authority. In fact, we can say in terms of the DPSA framework, this is an extension of the department which has been created as an agency to accelerate the implementation of our programs. Program 2, which deals with research, which deals with economic research strategy and planning. I'm going to just move to the targets that have been set in terms of economic research projects funded. The number of research reports to be produced, there will be 9 over the period of 3 years. The number of strategies formulated for economic development, there will be 9 over a period of 3 years. The number of social accounting metrics for the province is going to be 3 over a period for 3 years. The number of maintained project management database is going to be 1 next year and 1 the last year. And the number of quarterly economic publications that are issued by the department. And this is information that is useful for anyone to understand what we do in terms of economic growth. It's going to be 4 next year and then 8 in the next 2 years. The entity that is linked to this program is the Moses Kotane Institute, which focuses on research and development and the skills development. Next will be the projects that we will be undertaking. The first one would be work opportunities in environmental public employment programs. The target is to create 7.725 work opportunities within Program 7. Program 5 rather. This will apply across, not only limited to a particular district, but it's gonna. When we deal with this program, we engage the districts, and we are able to deal with those issues, and we agree as to where we are going to invest. The next one is internship, and we're looking at 114, and the amount of money on the other side, we have then mentioned the 10 million that we have set aside for it. The work integrated learning, which is in service trainees, we've got 984,000 that we have set aside solely just for the head office. as well as the positions that have been approved for the department, which we are filling. And I must indicate, honorable members, that more often than not, the only challenge we'll find is the space for us to make sure that those that have been appointed, and we are working well with Public Works, but we do hope that these people will be absorbed, and we have got 27 million that have been set aside for that. Market access and business growth opportunities is 2.4 million, which will cut across the province. When we talk about infrastructure and financial support, we'll be focusing on Uku, King Kechwa, and Machobe and Tegwini. That's 22 million. In municipal infrastructure for informal economy, we will focus on Mkungulo of Uku, King Kechwayo, and we have set aside 13.9 million. The capacity building for social and informal entrepreneurs, we have got 4 million that has been set aside for that. The municipal red tape that I've spoken about, and we have indicated the municipalities that we'll be focusing on, especially in the north, is 400,000. The Municipal Employment Initiative funding at 5.2 million, and the Swiss-funded municipal infrastructure. This is a donor funding, and we're leveraging on it, which is sitting at 40 million. The municipal digitalization is going to be 4 million over a period of 3 years, and then supporting the informal economy, 2.4 million. The business inspections, we have set aside 1.5 million, and then consumer protection. The climate change response and adaptation, which cuts across, but there will be a specific focus in terms of addressing some of the challenges that are facing us, especially at Uku, Ilembe, and Herigwala. We've got 3.2 million. Then the monitoring and inspections. Here we use our own operational budget to deal with this issue. Economic empowerment, 8.8 million. We are not specific in terms of the district because it covers the whole province. The ecological restoration and conservation is 2.5 million. But for clearing of 100,000 hectares of the invasive alien species is going to be 800,000. For community capacity building and awareness, a stewardship program is 5.2 million. These ones, mostly we do think that we'll also be able to present to the other portfolio committee that deals with the environment. The enhancement of export support, it's 800,000, which is province-wide, just targeting 15 companies for export and investment attraction. We've got 1 million set aside for that. Improving business environment, we've got 1 million. Supporting district one-stop shop, focusing on Amachuba to Gela Ferry is 1.6 million. Our implementing agent on this one is MKI, and stakeholder coordination, we've got 4 million set aside for that. Cannabis is 5 million, and Kumisa, which is a creative industry, and we're supporting it, is 4 million, and the craft and industry cluster is 2 million. And the job creation and skills development is 2 million. Infrastructure project funded to stimulate growth. We have then highlighted the areas where we have got the Matadeni clothing and textile, which is 5 million that has been set aside. The leather and processing clothing and textile and the regional airports, which we have set aside 8.5 million. The solar PV panels in terms of the sector transformation, we've got 1 million. Biogas, just for rural areas, is 1 million. Techno Hub, it's within the Richards Bay IDZ is 1 million. And fish processing facilities in Mkanyagut is 2 million set aside for that. Aquaculture, same Mhlabuya Lingana is 1 million that has been set aside. And then the strategic intervention framework, the development of cotton manufacturing, strategy for Makatini flats is 1 million, and the aircraft maintenance, repair and overhaul, the market and feasibility study at Dube Trade Port is 1.2, and tourism products supported, focusing on Jozini, beach development for Kosi Bay, Tubanganek, Kwakolo, as well as Ukatlamba, Emazizini, and Mtubatuba. We've got 31.5 million set aside in other areas like Pongolo. And then the research work, we will use our own operational budget to deal with this. I'm going to pass this one, which is page 46, because there we're going to use our operational budget. The next one, which is the research, these are carry-on projects which we have catered for earlier. But if we have to go and move to the job creation for priority groups, to facilitate placement of 700 trained individuals, youth, women, and persons with disability into meaningful employment, we've got 2 million cutting across the whole province to facilitate the aid women and youth business empowerment. We've got 2 million set aside for that, supporting two businesses, new businesses to graduate from SMME to black industrialists is 3 million. Facilitating 8 platforms for BE compliance is 1 million. Implement empowerment initiatives in terms of inclusive empowerment, that's 2 million that has been set aside for that. For market access and investment facilitation, 3 million has been set aside. Then I will honorable members, hand over to the CEO to take us through the financial information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HOD. Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio, and Honorable members present, and Honorable MEC and colleagues. I'm going to just take through the budget and also allow me maybe also to just table the 6.3, which is the environments that we have received as a department. Yes, okay. No, the budget part that I'm just going to take, I'll just skip some of the slide because it's just the expanding of the information, but I'll just touch on slide 50. Yes, the one that is showing, where it's showing our budget estimates by programs, which in total for 25-26 financial year, the department we are going to receive 3,606,998 as a total budget that we are going to receive. And per each program, it is listed there. So what then I'll do, I'll then go to slide 59 and 60, where I will then just run through each and every program, just to say what will the money be used for, what does it cater on each program, which is on slide 59 and slide 60. And then from there, I'll then continue to slide 60 and 61. On slide 59, under administration, this is program 1, which deals with the departmental operational cost. From there is where the adverts and the rental of buildings, the communications, and also what we have done as a department, we have centralized also the computer equipment so that at least because the hiring of employees happens under HR, so we try by all means that whenever there's a new employee that is going to be employed, at least we go hand in hand to try and make sure that the tools of trade are there, because in some instances previously one has observed that you'll find out that there's a delay, especially when we're coming from the COVID. As a country, we're struggling in getting the HP computers. So you'll find out that there will be an employee that will be using an old computer, then they might not be able to perform. So what we have tried now to do is to centralize that budget under program 1. And then other ones that are there are property payments. So all the leases of the buildings that we are renting is sitting under program 1. For the buildings that we are having, as well as the computer equipment or machine that we use for photocopying. Secondly, the second one is integrated development, of which is where also the two entities, Growth Fund together with IDFC, they sit under. So their budget also includes the transfers that goes into those entities. The third one is trade sector development. Also their budget, it includes also the public entities that falls within that program, which is trade and investment, Moses Kotane Research Institute, Dual Trade Port, and also the IDZ, Richards Bay. And then under business regulations and governance, the budget that they are allocated, it also includes the money that gets to be transferred to the entities is now one entity because we've merged both the previous entities. So we'll talk with KZN area, which is National Regulatory Authority. So even their budget is include that money. But also what we have tried to do also is that we are implementing what we call a case management system. For e-complaints, like this, we supplement the capacity where I think if even the honorable members have complained or lay comments to say that there are some challenges. So when people are needing information such as licensing and all of this, so we try to make sure that like this, we are going to have that a case management system. Then under the economic planning, those one they deal with the research projects for the department. And partially, some of the program that they use, you find out that they'll also use Moses Kotane in certain instances where maybe they will then need to have more impact assessment in those intervention or in those research. Then what also we have is tourism, and then under tourism is that there is now what we call a TAFA, which is a film authority and tourism. The tourism and tourism authority and film and visual, yes. So audio visual, I mean, yeah. It's just that now we're still getting used to these new words that we have. And also, what is there is that there are also some career exposed that they normally have in graduate program that we are having for, especially to go to rural and township to just promote the tourism. Then the other one is just the environmental affairs, which falls to another portfolio. But since it's a budget that is inclusive, where we've got wildlife as Mvelo and some of the WESA, which is Wildlife Environmental Society of South Africa, where they are part of the entities that we work with in that regard. So then what I'll go to is the next slide, which talks to our payment or budget as per economic classification. And then on that one, we are seeing that our budget for compensation of employees is sitting at about 609 million. And then for goods and services is sitting at 529. So for our current payments is about 1.1 billion. So we can see to what the MEC has just said when he was presenting, when he was doing the remarks, to say that from the 3.6 billion that we are having, 2.45 billion is under transfers and subsidies. But yes, I think also MEC did mention that we now need to also have more to come up with, to tighten up our monitoring and evaluation when it comes to our entities to see the work that they do, because at the end it does impact on us, and also through their voting funds, it's via through us, the money that they receive. So it's also to strengthen that. But we do have a public entity oversight within the department, of which maybe one is more to make sure that we are at least enforcing or putting more controls when it comes to the entities. And if we're looking at the next summary, is more where it's explaining on our compensation of employees and also our goods and services, but mainly the money that as a department we are actually more left with is the one that is sitting under goods and services. So we can see that from the budget of about 3.6 billion, about 530 million is the money that we then do the projects or work with. The other one will be going for salaries, then there will be also leases, there will be computer equipment. So, yeah, and then there's then the 3.45 that gets to be transferred. And also, we are having a conditional grant that we are receiving, but it's for EPWP, which is another program, another portfolio, which is environmental affairs, because it deals with dealing with the alien invasive species that they need to try and make sure that they protect the environment. And we are receiving about 6.161 million in the next financial year. On our transfers to public entities, as we can see, there is one entity that we are going to transfer, which we have not been transferring to it in the prior years. And that entity falls within another a vote, which is Arts and Culture. That entity is KwaZulu-Natal Amafa and Heritage Institution. The reason why we are having a 4 million that we'll be transferring in the next financial year is because the new 7th administration, when they sit, there was this idea, which is to say, as KZN, if you just a tourist, you come and land at King Shaka, you think of Ushaga as Ilembe, and then you look to say, if then I come to KZN, what is it that we can try and do? So now we are trying to make sure that we are promoting cultural tourism. So we'll be looking at to say how to drive and maybe look at the routes that deals with Indawo as we have as a province, the heritage that we have, to try and make sure that we are promoting, so that at least from the tourism side, that area it's also looked after, to say that as ATIA from the tourism program, we are then going to find about 4 million in this financial year, and then within the medium term it's going to be 11 million. So that's why, if you're looking at our transfers and on our transfers to public entities, there's that one that is just now starting at a 4 million, of which maybe there might be some question to say, why are we transferring when we have not been transferring? That is the reason to say we are partnering with arts and culture, but we are only focusing on the tourism side. Then that's it from the budget. And then allow me now to just table the environments that we've received as a department in this financial year. The first one that we did on the 27th of January 2025, there was a crisis or the challenge that happened at Itala, where I think it's something that is in the media, everyone is aware. So we needed then to repurpose the transfer that we are giving to Itala for capital adequacy ratio, to try and make sure that now they are able to use the money that we transfer to them to run their operational expenditure, especially to run their month-to-month expenses, including the salaries. So we did receive a environment of a repurposing of that funding, which was 49 million, to try and make sure that now it is going to go towards operational requirement for Itala SOC, which is IBEC. Then the second one that we did was the one after the portfolio committee last year visited the project at Amajuba, and then there was that project that had a shortage of funding, which was at Newcastle. So there was also a environment that we sent to Treasury to try and make sure that we are, and then on the 11th of March this year, we then received that approval, of which the money has already been transferred to Itala for them to make sure that that project continues and it doesn't stop. So there was an environment of about 24.69 million that was also approved by Treasuries, of which we are tabling to the portfolio committee for noting. Then there was another one that we sent when Itala, they looked at their operation, I think after the court case was not also finalized. Then for their month of March, they are also having a challenge in paying their salaries. So on Monday, there was a submission that we made to Treasury, this Monday, which was the 24th. And then today, now at 10 o'clock, we received that approval. So I'm hereby also tabling that approval for the environment of about 15.5 million, which is going to assist them with the money that they need to pay their salaries for March. And then the new budget is coming in the next month. So there is another 15.5 million that was granted today. So in total, the money that it went to Itala for operations is 49.2 million, plus the 15.5 that we received today, which come to about 64.7 million, which is going to assist Itala on their operational requirements. And then there's another one, which is 24.7, which was going to Itala, but through now the project that they do at Ematateni, the clothing and textile, which was already approved by Treasury. So those are the three environments that I table to the portfolio. Thank you.
Honorable members and the Honorable Chair, Honorable members and Honorable MEC, the next item is the issue that relates to SAPREF. I must indicate, Honorable members, that we could not be in the position to secure a rep from the DMRE to make a submission on this particular issue, as much as we may have information, but ours is not an information that we can say is on record. But we have managed, Honorable Chair, to engage the DDG responsible. I only managed to get him last night because other colleagues, it was not easy to get them. So when I spoke to him, he indicated that the SAPREF is a national key point, which would be probably, they were then advising that we request the Honorable Committee or through Honorable Chair to make a request to the Honorable Minister for them to be able to come and make a presentation, because it is within their competency. We do know that they have bought SAPREF for R1, but we do not have full details, as it were. And they also indicated to me that the minister will then give them guidance as to what is it that they can then present, but they'll request that letter for them to make a presentation. I was not aware that it is a national key point. But I was then told last night it is a national key point. So we thought that we should give that report as guided by the Deputy Mangubela last night. Thank you very much, Honourable Members and Honourable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HOD and Department, for those presentation, which means let's do this, because I think on 6.2 there is not much to discuss for now. Let us get a report, probably a written report to the coordinator, and then we'll deal with it at that particular level. So we are not going to, as a result, deal with 6.2, but we'll then deal with the other item. Honorable members, the department have presented both the APP and the budget. It is now your opportunity, honorable members, to ask questions if there are any, make comment if you have any, and make necessary submissions. I will then take hands. Okay, I can only see two hands for now. That will be Honorable Barbara Prash. Ngibize kahle ke manje. Kodwa nana nisibize kahle. Then it's Honorable Winkler. And then it will be Honorable Makubane. And you will be the last one, Honorable Ngamalala.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Honorable MEC, Honorable members, officials, and the department present. The budget presented demonstrates a strong commitment to infrastructure development and job creation. However, there are a few questions that I'd like to ask. How many posts have been filled in the current financial year? Of those, how many are from public entities? What mechanisms does the department have in place to monitor APPs of the public entities as they have an oversight plan to monitor the budget? What strategies will the department put in place to ensure recruitment of women at SMS level, as this has been a challenge in the preceding financial year. With regards to Operation Vula Fund, 10% of the funded beneficiaries are not traceable. How are these beneficiaries funded, or how were they funded if they cannot be traced? Can the department please explain or define non-traceable? What measures have been put in place to ensure transparency, accountability, and fair distribution of funds under Operation Vula? How does the department monitor the impact of funding on local economic development? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the department for the presentation. I'd like to ask on the 64.7 million that's being transferred to Itala for operational costs. The money had to be diverted from somewhere. So where is it being diverted from, and which program is going to be affected by that? Then in terms of Operation Vula Fund, I think the Honourable Bamprakash has already touched on the 10% of entities or businesses that can't be traced. If they can't be traced, how were funds actually received by them in the first place, and how were these businesses selected? Then also there are 35% of these businesses that have incomplete business plans. So what is the plan to assist them with those business plans, or is there no technical support, or will the applications be reopened? And then in terms of SAPREF, I think the gentleman did say that we'd requested, or a DMR rep will be presenting to the committee. I know that there is an application apparently underway by SAPREF to NERSA in terms of their license. Are you aware of that? And if you could please expound on what the nature of that is. And perhaps if you do know, and you've said that you would defer this to the DMR rep, but what are government's plans with SAPREF, if you have anything at a high level to comment? All right, thank you so much. Oh, sorry, one more question, sorry, Chair. Just in terms of goods and services, could you perhaps just break down what is sort of what are the subcategories under goods and services? So in terms of the administration, we understand what's under that program, but goods and services specifically, because I see quite a large 200, what is that? 200 million increase there. Could you just explain what we can expect to find under the category of goods and services? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makubane. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thanks to the department for the presentation. It is informative, but I think we have some questions around the performance plan that has been presented, that has touched some areas, more specifically on the growth that the department is planning to ensure that it's within the province, and the creation of jobs. The HOD has touched that the mining sector in the province doesn't seem to be in a good state. And then, what is the department's plan in order to revive the mines that we are still having more in the northern side of the KZN?
or what is the department planning to do in getting some investments or companies to go and invest and start operating in those mines? Because as much as the department is willing to create jobs or having a plan of creating jobs, but then what we need to look at, it's the areas of concentration of the department. Why I'm saying so, I've said this thing in some of the officials of the department, that the concentration in the matter of creating jobs, we must also put it into consideration that while you're creating jobs, you cannot concentrate on other districts and neglect other districts, because then it won't have an impact geographically in the province. The mining sector has got very big opportunities in the northern KZN, specifically in the Amajuba district. So what is the department specifically planning with that district? At this moment, as we speak, that district is being affected more especially by the ISCO that has employed a lot of youth and many family heads in Newcastle, and they're planning on shutting down some of the sections that were having a quite big number of employment in the area. So what is the department's plan now to make sure that when that big company that is almost, it's the only one that is left in Newcastle, that is covering a high amount of employment in that town, what is the department planning to cover that space that, or that gap that has been opened by the closure of some sections at the ISCO metal mine? And then, while we're still on that, we've got companies that have closed already in that district, such as Capocam, such as Venco. That had number of employment that were affected in that district. I know that the department somehow has a plan of turning around the district of Amajuba into a textile focus, but asithungi sonke. Ngeke futhi concentrate sonke endabeni yokuthunga. At this moment, we've got a college in Amajuba that produce the most good and effective artisans in Amajuba College, of which it's a sector that focuses on industries such as mines, such as factories that are producing many types of products. Now, at the same time, in the same district where most of companies, when they're looking for artisans and when they're looking for a special skill that can be produced by tertiary or the FETs, they go to Amajuba. The same district that has that skill is declining now on giving employment opportunities to any youth that is coming from that tertiary institution in the same district. So what is the department focus? Because it cannot be only on the textile that has to be focused in that district, because what's going to happen, we're going to then demoralize the youth of that district to go to school or to go to the tertiary institutions that are in that district. Because why will they go there if there is no employment opportunities in the area in terms of the skills that they go and acquire in those FETs. So what is the department now plan around that? Because while the department is having a plan on ensuring that employment opportunities are being created, then the focus as well must be spread into all the districts. We can see that the department does do work, especially maybe in the Richards Bay falls under Mhlatuze. What is it? What district is it? It's King Cetshwayo. We can see that the focus is more at King Cetshwayo, but the focus cannot be only on one district. Because yes, the growth is there, we can see it. We went there for oversight. We saw that there will be many employment opportunities in that district. But what does that mean? That means all the youth that is in Zululand, all the youth that is in Amachuba must now move to King Cetshwayo to look for employment opportunities. The same youth that is being trained in Amachuba district cannot find employment in Amachuba district. ISCO is closing. Kapochem is already closed. Venco has already closed. Now they have to now move to King Cetshwayo. What is going to happen with the youth of King Cetshwayo? That is already training in their own FETs. And there are some universities as well in that area. What's going to happen? Now there will be many constraints now for that King Cetshwayo district. Because as the numbers move now to the King Cetshwayo districts, they will be constrained with infrastructure. They will be constrained with many services that affects the government. What is the concentration of the department according to the spread for the likes of the 11 districts that we have in our province? I'll stick to Amachuba. There are many mines that the department can look for investors and investments for those mines to be operational in that area of Amachuba, so that no one goes to Richards Bay to look for the job. All whoever has been trained in the Amachuba district must remain there and work there in Amachuba, so that we cannot turn that town into a ghost town. The second one, it's on the, I've heard on the APP, I think it's under program 2, the HODs has presented that there are some black industrialist companies provided with business operational support. Maybe I was just tempted to check what type of business are they in? Is it mining? Is it what is it exactly? Where are they located? Because there is one that I know that is in the industry. I don't know what do we call it, but it's got a mine. It's a friend or it's a brother. Just to check how is the assistance being spread in the districts? Are they all getting opportunities in all districts, or it's also concentrated in some districts and some are not covered? And into what extent are they getting that assistance in terms of rents? How much are they getting from that? Is it being followed up and being monitored? If those industries are still operating, are they benefiting the community, or are they benefiting the youth of the province? Who are they benefiting after they've been assisted? Are they giving that number of employment that they promised to give in our province? So I just wanted to follow up on that, more especially on the first one, the concentration of the districts and the spread of the assistance that is being given, and on what's the plan on ensuring that all towns are being covered whenever we look for investments and development. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ngamalala.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to yourself, to our members, to the MEC and the department, the entire department. Honorable Chairperson, let's welcome the presentations, more especially the APP, the draft APP, which was very, detailed. With the clear, targets. In fact, what you have presented here as the department, we have made us to follow and to measure you with the clear targets. We have made it very easy for us to measure your performance. The first question, Honorable Chairperson, I know that it might be an unfair question, but it's very important that we know what will be the stand of the department. We have looked through your first, second, and third quarter. We know that we are towards the tail end of the fourth quarter. If you were to assess the performance, are you confident that indeed, when we are dealing with the annual targets, you are going to achieve all your targets? You are left with very, very few days. I think we can have a little bit of an assessment on that one. The second question, Honorable Chairperson, it's not a question. I just want to comment the department on this one. That you have included in your draft APP the target that talks to the payment of service provider within 30 days. It's a very good initiative, particularly because we are the department that should look after the entrepreneurs, emerging business people. You can't be the one who is part of those who don't pay in time, and then making these people who are trying to achieve more and trying to create jobs in the province to fail. We commend you on that one. The other issue that I want to raise, Honorable Chairperson, is the issue of we have seen in your report there are good reports in terms of your initiatives in terms of the trying to deal with tourism. We think it's a very important area that is speaking to first priority, which is a strategic priority in terms of creating jobs as well as economic growth. Maybe, Honorable Chairperson, in our next meetings, we'll have to get a report on how are they dealing with the projects or empowering people that are venturing into tourism industry. Then the other area that I wanted to raise, you are talking about what you have spent in terms of other projects in trying to assist the municipalities. Maybe, Honorable Chairperson, in our next meetings again, we can request the department to get a report on the two projects. The report on Emacheni project, progress report on that one. And Inzinga Yasempendle, if we can get reports on those. It's very important because it leads me to the issue of that was raised by one member here about the vacant posts. When I was engaging the one of the municipalities, they told me that sometimes the delay is that the link between the department and them is because of the vacant post that is there on the person that is linking with the municipalities, dealing with the town planning, dealing with the project managers. I think the department should prioritize that executive director post. If there is a vacancy on that one. I know I heard that post that it's an executive director attached to zone development and operations, then which makes the link between the municipality and the department to be not that easy. The last one, Honorable Chairperson, we want to commend the department on the support they are giving to Italasok. And that although it's the report on the issue of vehemence is submitted for us for noting, but I think as a committee we must support the initiatives and this financial support that we're giving. We can't allow that Itala Bank to collapse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baba Ungamalala, for that input. Probably I need to raise a few issues as well. The first one, HOD, I know maybe it might not be your making. You have to engage treasurer and national treasurer. But continuously, you continue to have mismatch in terms of programs that is on your financial and non-financial. You have 5 programs on non-financial and 7 on financials. It might not be your fault, but I think we must do what we need to do so that we sort it out. Secondly, your budget is undoubtedly growing. Again, probably it might be at Premier's office. That is why I will ask like this. But your organogram is stagnant. Probably it has not been approved. How many posts have been submitted for approval at Premier's office? And on those that have been approved, if there are any, how many vacancies had been filled in that regard? HOD Ngamalala put it very well. We support Itala. But there's something we must be. I know, and we are not saying it's not your fault. I know you are doing what you need to do, because I can see now that you are using now what others would have termed the mother body to deal with the even operation of Italasok. Now, you have in 2024-2025, the department have transferred about 64.7 million. But in your 2025-2026 budgeting, you have budgeted only 51.9. Won't we have a mismatch as time goes on? Don't we need a proper planning on how to rescue the situation? Have we projected how long this matter is going to stay, because it seems like to me that the RA already behaves as though Itala SOC had been liquidated already. If we have reached a stage where even we have to deal or fund it through its motherboard, which, by the way, is commendable. I think we are in agreement. We support you in that particular area, but to let us tease out these areas, which I believe for me they are areas of concern. There was a rationalization of entities, HOD, and then when they were rationalized, among other things, or the main argument was that we are going to save cost. I can see that your cost continue to increase on what you transfer to these entities. What is your take? Or maybe we can say it's still too early to then get those results, as it were. We went to Emandini, and I'm saying because it's also here in your APP and in your budget. The issue that dominated in our engagement with stakeholders, that dominated the meeting, was the issue of Operation Vula Fund. Among other things, the public complains that sometimes if they apply, they are even a case of giving a response. And then I believe in one of your response, HOD, you said there is some particular technology, because you were doing things manually, is some particular technology or mechanism that you are going to put in place that will make it easier to respond to people. How far have we went with regard to that? Secondly, I can see you have indicated that there is about 5% misuse of that fund. What is the cause? What is the turnaround strategy in that particular regard? I think honorable members have already dealt with the issue of the 10% on Vula Fund of people who are untraceable. I think I will not waste time, I align myself with that particular question. But also, there is a particular percentage again of people, if they apply for the fund, HOD, which you say they do not, for the lack of a better word, you say they do not give sufficient information. As a result, they get to be declined. Now, my question will be, after you decline them, what is it that you do? Because we cannot continuously decline our people without empowering them. And those who, the poor of the poorest, might not even know how to comprehensively put together a solid proposal. And I know other those who are able can then even hire a consultant, and then they will have a better what you call proposal. What is it that you can do, or what is it that you are doing to serve our people, to assist them in this regard? On the issue of your physical infrastructure, particular offices, I can see that you continue to rely on what you call, they are also short-term lease, which is costly to the department. What are your strategy or your projected plan to have permanent places? MEC, while we commend the work done by the department, but there is an area that you must zoom close if we are to make the department succeed. It's an area of infrastructure. I might be exaggerating, but I'm of the view that your planning in that regard is poor. I'll indicate about 5 of your infrastructural projects which have not been completed, they've been having delays, they've been having problems. And even on them, the indication, or when we see, is that you have not even this time around planned for them properly. That is your Umzumbe informal building of trading stall, Imatadini clothing and textile, Ileda processing hub, KZN regional airports, solar PV panel installation. We are of the view that we need to zoom close on these projects and their planning. For example, I know because I've monitored the Matadeni and textile. While it's commendable, we were whispering with the MEC, and the MEC is saying, yeah, we are listening when the committee is speaking, which is quite correct. MEC, we have made that input, but challenges on the ground vis-a-vis what we have planned. There is a mismatch in terms of the gap, and in that project alone, there has been even a violent public protest in that area. And this planning of 5 million, I can tell you seated here, it is not enough. But also when we speak about infrastructure, the department is doing something very good to assist and fund certain projects. But MEC, I can tell you, one of the work that you are doing, which is very good as a department, is taken aback by the fact that some of our implementing agency, in particular some of our entities, are not doing work in an expected level. In few weeks, we visited different projects that are funded by this department through Italy. You know, it was said to see one co-op project where they should be building furniture has a potential. They've built a building using our money. There was no planning at all. You know, you can see this building had no planning. You don't know whether the intended intention was to build the or to build an infrastructure. And money had been spent. And then these people, they've been able to purchase cars. And it's been, I think, over a year or close to 2 years without the project running. And those cars now have become something else, or local transport or whatever. But we put this money because we want to stimulate our economy. We don't follow up. Particular, I'm worried about projects that we implement them through Italy. I suggest that some of these projects, in fact, if there is infrastructure planning, we don't even need to plan for engineers, because I believe the Department of Infrastructure of Public Works can be in the position to help us with designs. So that when we build proper structure, and then there is value for money. There is an issue of Amanguzi, informal infrastructure. I can see you have brought it back in your budgeting again for 12 million. There have been court cases in that particular regard. I think it was funded twice. Can we get the clarification of that 12 million? Because it is now budgeted for again. At one stage, we were told it was transferred. At one stage, there were legal issues with regard to it. Also, MEC and HOD, let us zoom close on projects that we implement through municipalities. I know it shouldn't be about transferring money. I can give about 7 projects supported by this department. And if you zoom close to them, which we are going to avail to the department, you can see that they are either delay or completion. So the money that we give to Itala, the money that we give to municipalities, we need to find a way of following up and ensuring that there is value for money. Because this is quite a good work, which, by the way, MEC and HOD, if we can properly implement them, it will make a significant impact in this huge battle we are facing against unemployment and poverty. As I learned, your program 4 on economic research, strategy and planning, I think in our first meeting or when we took over this portfolio, we raised it, MEC, that some of the things that need research, you need to do and work with Moses Kotan. I can see now your program 4, it's super perfect. And you have done that as a department, you have worked with this particular institution. And if you see your targets are realistic, they are smart targets, and that is highly commendable. And that is why we are saying in some of the things, we do not need to go out and hire consultant. If we are to build a capable state, we must be able to use our institution. So I thought I should indicate that. And as I conclude, your APP, in our view, is aligned with a framework for managing program performance. It is in line with the National Treasury, and it's very good. This department from 2020 up until now have been performing above 80%. It's also commendable, but we must indicate, Honorable MEC, that at one stage, your department during this particular period, you performed at 90%. While 80% is commendable, but if we implement there has been slightly decreased there and there, but we can still reach it. They are good indication, but we just need to work together to tighten screws on these few areas, particularly on this infrastructure, because this committee have done oversight, I think more than any other committee this time around, and we have seen some of your projects will have a huge impact on the ground, but we need to make follow-up on others. Thank you. I can then give it to the department. I don't know whether the Honorable MEC will come at the end if you want to say, or the HOD, but the department will be the one that leads us.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I prefer that we give the department first the ability to answer in detail on the questions that have been raised. I can then come towards the end on some of the issues depending on the answers that they would have given. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, for those questions. I must say, some of them were detailed and probably may not have been in the position to capture all of them, but we'll try and respond. But if there are those that we've missed with the colleagues, we'll come in. Thank you very much for them. Firstly, Honorable Chair, I think there are times where you just have to make concession in terms of what the challenges are and your observation. We have since recognized the issue of project management as an issue, I must say, and it goes with history. I've seen it, not all of us are good in project management, but I think it's for that reason why for some years the entities have been generating revenue through being implementing agents, which in a way it does impact negatively on the department. What the Honorable Chair is raising is a matter of concern to some of us, because project management is very easy. If you have done it at school and it's easy, but because we're using our own entities, you also fund them at times. So some of the projects, they don't move and we have to get in, and yet they've got their own project managers. We have raised the matter and we've discussed it as EXCO to say, especially those infrastructure projects, when we appoint an entity, let them at least make sure that the project manager they have understand project management, not the person who's just allocated the budget just to follow up, which becomes very difficult. But also as a department, I think we do have to have, especially at the middle management, to have people who will go through the project. I know UCT does have a course on project management, just to understand from the start to finish how to deal with that. It's a matter that was seized with, which we'll deal with, and I'm happy that the members have raised it. We are equally concerned. The issue of Emadadeni, I recall at the last meeting, I was taken aback because I was not aware of the new target. And I remember Honorable Zuma said we had agreed to February. And the colleague said no, but it couldn't be done. But Itala had said, look, as an implementing agent, they don't have the money. So we now, as a department, to make sure that we get 24 million to make sure that this is done. But what that means is that we have to reprioritize and make sure that this project is finalized within June, which means even the 5 million that we have set aside may not be necessary, because we hope that that will address most of the issues that we have identified. We are going to make our own assessment with the entities that are doing the work for us. And the reason why we use Itala is because at some point we made a conscious decision, because Itala was good in the property portfolio and has built quite a number of infrastructure, for us to revive and support them, because Public Works wanted to establish a property management development agency, but that was then seized on the basis that Itala will pursue. So for us to assist them with that is that they must capitalize on it. But it's a matter that we'll work on as we start the new year, so that we don't run to the problems of developing infrastructure. It is not our business as ATIA to own an infrastructure. We don't run anything. That's why after we have built it, they have to manage it as Itala as a business, because that's not our responsibility. But we then link to it because we have built it. But those are some of the issues that we have to work on as we move forward and make sure that we deal with them, all of them. And when we meet with the board of IDFC as well as the executive, we will focus on that, because there's always an issue that ATIA must just give the money. We just have to give the money and stand, and that's the issue. And I don't think that that's the way to grow the economy. They must play a role to support the government, and I think there will be a workshop that has been called by the executive to try also deal with the issue of the entities and of the ETA and its entities and make sure that there's proper alignment. And some of the issues will be discussed at that level. And I think the CEOs must understand that they're an extension of the department, and what they do is to assist us, not that they're just semi-private sector. The issue of public works being used for the project, recently we spoke about the cable car, and the Honorable MEC Mayor indicated to us that we must use them. In fact, even yesterday when I was at Newcastle, I told the Newcastle municipality that I'm going to get the engineers from Public Works to assist the building of a road that was in a mess. So there is that agreement with the Public Works to make sure that we leverage on their capacity so that we can reduce the costs. We'll sign an agreement with them, as we have done it for spaza shops now, to make sure that we deal with this particular matter and use that to avoid the situation we're facing in terms of infrastructure. On the issue of the physical infrastructure, Honorable Chair, on this matter, the property management entity for the state is Public Works. We are not permitted to buy a building. We can't, we're not authorized to do so. Only Public Works that can own a property, and they have to buy it for us. We make a requisition, we send it to them. It's done nationally. That's what we do every time. The only thing is that it would depend on their capacity, and we can identify an infrastructure when we say we need this building. If it needs to be renovated, we have to pay for it. But it's them who lead, and we do not interfere with that process. Should they change the way in which government works and public works and infrastructure, as they are called now, then we as individual accounting officers, we can take decisions what to buy. But currently, we are not permitted to buy any building, but we can only lease or occupy. On the issue of the OVF, I would leave to my colleague, Mr. Kanye, to deal with that. On the issue of the rationalization of the public entities, this decision was taken 8 years ago. I must indicate that there should be rationalization, but probably if I can take the members back, it was in 2001 when the decision was taken by national government on when we establishing agencies at the time, to say some must be built, like SASA and all of those that we're establishing. But however, late in 2013, there was a report that was done by the commission led by Ms. Pieka as well as Mashinini, which spoke about the rationalization of the entities. And I think KZN then followed suit in terms of the program. And it's true that one of the issues was to make sure that we save costs. The implementation we realize that if the structures are properly undertaken, the people that are appointed are people who are professional, so that we don't have bloated structure. At this point in time, we cannot realize the savings because we are in the process of building new institution. We are still left with SMVelo as well as the Shark Sport. Whether it will be integration or the merger, that will be defined in terms of the legislation. But there are a lot of things that get to be done which will require a lot of funding when you deal with the merger. One of which is the equalization of salaries as well as the alignment of the service benefits. It's costly. How we deal with it, we have to assist the boards, especially because these are entities under the boards, and the boards must be taken through the process. And I'm raising this issue because there will be expectation, especially from labor, to say how do we then manage that process, which means for the next 5 years, we have to pay a premium, and hopefully after 5 years, there will be realization of what we wanted to achieve as the government as far as the issue of rationalization is concerned. In terms of Itala and the transfers, we have had a discussion with Treasury in terms of front loading. Because we know that we are going to have a challenge for the next 12 months. They have made a request for us for 30 million per month. They do have an allocation for the next 3 years over the MTF period. we could not do that front loading now for March. Hence, we have to make transfers of 15 million. They've got in their kit 6 million, and then to cover their expenses for this month. But as from the next month, Treasury will assist us to front load, and we cater for them depending on what will be happening over the period of 12 months. If they're able to meet the requirements and able to resuscitate it, the better. If that does not happen, it's a different case altogether. The issue of the posts that have been approved and those that are vacancies that have been filled, Mr. Kanye will deal with that issue. The issue of the mismatches in terms of the program and the budget, we'll continue raising this matter. Is between the DG for DPSA as well as the DG for Treasury, because DPSA deals with human resources and Treasury deals with PESAL as well as the financial section. So when the structure is approved, it is approved by the Honorable Premier and concurred by the Minister of DPSA. So once it has been approved and concurred, it becomes a permanent structure. But you find that there's no alignment in terms of what you find within Treasury. Although Treasury, when they look at performance in terms of financial performance, they will see that you have got 7 programs and how much you are spending. But at DPSA, they will see 5 programs based on their own alignment and approval. But we will continue to engage provincial Treasury to assist us and assist us to deal with this anomaly. There are questions that were raised. Let's appreciate what was raised by Honorable Zuma in terms of the APP and how and the indicators, how they've been put together, and the 30 days payment. I must say that there shouldn't be any problem with 30 days payment if we only stick to only those invoices that have been submitted to us and everything is fine. The problem starts when you start counting the days while there are still outstanding information, and we'll deal with those issues. The spend on Nzinga and Macheni, I think we'll look at that. The work that we deal with when it comes to municipalities, I think that unit under Mr. Ranvir is properly resourced. The only challenge that we always have when we transfer monies to municipalities is when they're not spending or they delay project, and it's either I recall the money or I have to write to them. It's frustrating because then people on the ground are not getting the support and you have to chase the municipal manager. There's quite a lot of letters that have been written to them, but you don't want to have a fight with them. But we have to tell them that, look, we have given you money and you are not spending it, and they delayed project. But we are trying within the IGR process to make sure that that is done properly. On the issue of the mining, because I raised that issue, Honorable Makubane, we had a mining, mini mining in Daba last year with the geoscience CO as well as the head of the MRE in the province. And what we raised with them is that the MRE is not working closely with us. It's a protected area. They've told us they don't get direction from the province. They get a direction from the minister, and it's clear. That's what you get, that we are not going to hear from you as a province. We'll hear from the minister, then we'll tell you. It's a matter that we're managing at our own levels, but we know, hence even the issue of SAPREF, we're told that the letter must come and go to them, and which we respect, and we know, and we learned during the issue of the diamonds that were alleged to be diamonds. They had to come, but they're not getting a mandate from us. They were getting it from national. It's a national competency. We have identified that as a sector that is a catalytic sector for growth. But it's something that must be factored in within the DDM. I'm deployed in Zululand, and I've taken that seriously to say within the DDM I need information on all the mines that are there. And then we must engage them, because the DDM must not be about the project of the government, but of the private sector. And we'll begin to get that information, but we need a cooperation of the MRE in the province and give us that information. I've requested information from them, even for SOPA, But all what they did, they gave me just the performance of those mining. I said, no, I want your assessment of the contribution of the sector in each district. And they couldn't give me. Then I realized that I need to have another strategy. But it's one of those things we will continue engaging as we started yesterday. I think on the issue of ArcelorMittal, I would leave that to the Honorable MEC to address the committee because he's leading us on that in terms of what is really happening, as well as the Capocan. We have to make sure we are trying by all means working with TKZN. There is a report from TIC in terms of how we get investors. We can come and give you a report and request the CEO of TIC to give you a report in terms of investments that we have attracted per district. We are equally concerned about the north. There are 5 districts being Amachuba, not necessarily Amachuba, but the Umhlabia Lingana, Zululand, King Tetuayo, Umzinyatu in Herikwala, which are poverty stricken, don't have secondary cities. And we have to drive those areas because they rely on small towns. But you need a strong municipality to deal with those issues because you can only grow the town through this municipality. We are just subnational government that focuses on policy. Everything happens at a municipality, but if you have got a municipality that dumps people to LED as just officers to drive the economy of the municipality, then there's a problem. We can't impose ourselves, but we can give direction. But the councils must make sure that in their IDP they are clear. We will support them now in terms of DDM to make sure, but they must drive it and make sure that it's in the DDM and is in the system. In terms of the black industrialist, these what we have identified that there will be 2, but we have not identified them. To say there will be 2 because there are limitations. The budget we have, it's not sufficient for us. We rely mostly on national government in terms of incentives to make sure that we get support. If we do get more, we'll add those, but the IC through ITC will have to make sure that they give us more money to save because it's not easy. I can't get 35 million unless if I cut on my projects and support them. So reindustrialization is not going to be, it's going to be very expensive, but we'll need to work with the TIC to make sure that we fund it. On the issue of the SAPREF, I wouldn't say I'm well aware of the formally of the license. These are the information that we are aware of as we engage with colleagues at our own level, but there's no formal communication to us as to say what are their plans. Hence, they've made a request that let them be invited to come and make a presentation to us, and wouldn't want to be misconstrued by national government to speak on the matters that do not fall within our competency. We are very careful around this issue. So I think it would be better if the department concerned come and speak about the future of SAPREF. They do have a vision, and I do know that they do have a permit to operate in the airport, but what they're going to do and the nature and form of the future, I think it would be proper that they come and present themselves so that we do not mislead the House around those issues. On the issue of the incomplete business plans from the OVF, in terms of the policy of the in terms of the OVF now, which is called the Umnoto Fund, I can put it that way because the Executive Council has approved it as Umnoto Fund moving forward, and that's how it's going to be called. Is that those businesses, majority of which are informal traders, because when you give 50,000 currently is informal traders, say for those that fall within 300,000 as well as 2 million. And those that will apply for 2 million, they would submit the business plans. But we do have a unit that works with CIFA, which is SAFTA now, that work together to support them to make sure that they get the requisite support. There would be a pipeline that would be sharing with your good selves and to make sure that we are able to assist SMMEs to grow We have presented it to the subcommittee of cabinet, which is the funnel model. We call it Vuvuzela or the butterfly model, to say you look at the majority of the organizations, how do they grow and move forward, and the nature and form of support that they must get. Because the challenge we've been getting is that since some of us have been in government, they've been SMMEs, they are not growing, and you cannot keep on giving people money. So you must then make that assessment. So that's the pipeline that we'll be presenting, but there is a support that we have working with SIFTA to make sure that they have that. The issue of transparent on OVF, we can't be transparent because we know how much has been spent and how we move both. We do not pay directly to them. We buy the material, but the implementing agent at this point in time is the growth fund. We transfer to them, and then we sign an SLA with them. They then also sign an agreement with whoever. No one gets an equipment without having signed an SLA as a beneficiary, because that will invite audit. The recruitment of women at SMS level, that's a commitment that we've made. In fact, in terms of our advert, is that it's going to be make sure that we want only strictly women. And we have to take that decision and adhere to it so that we meet these 50%. And we can submit that program to your good self so that we are able to monitor us moving forward. How many positions that have been filled, I think HR will deal with that. In terms of the public entities, if we can be afforded an opportunity, because we don't have that detail, how many positions that were requested by the entities, because they also follow the same process. They submit to the Premier's office and then they have to fill those positions. We can gather the data per each entity, how many they were submitted and how many they have filled, and we can submit to your good selves, because they have got to account, they've got their own boards. They have to make sure that whatever they give to them, the boards have certified it, so that we don't end up compromising the process that we follow. I think that would be all from me, and I will allow the other colleagues to come in on other matters that were raised by the honourable members.
Yeah, as they do at the HOD, they must know that we are now on injury time. Okay. I think that's what they say in football. I'm not a fan of football, so yeah, thanks.
Thank you, and morning, Chairperson and honourable members and MEC. With regards to the vacancies within the department, during this financial year, we had 174 vacancies that were approved, and I'm happy to report that all those vacancies have been filled. And then recently we've requested 70 for approval, and we only had 40 of them approved, and the recruitment process is going on. We just kick-started the recruitment process. The first phase is closing tomorrow. With regards to the...
Just a second. Honorable Ngamalala, with the celebrity you are treating, you are disturbing the meeting. Thanks. Oh, it's an honorable member. I thought it's a rap singer. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. With regards to OVF, I will only talk to the process of ensuring that we fast track the applications, and Dr. Sbeta is going to talk to the other part. So with regards to sorting the problem of the delays and also the queries that we normally experience with the OVF, there was a system that the department opted for in two folds. There's a call center that has been established, which is due to start working. Actually, is working. We're doing testing, but the target is 1st of April. whereby then anyone will be able to make or direct the queries to the call center. And secondly, there's also a self-service kiosk that we are planning to actually place in all the districts, whereby our applicants can actually go for a self-service, and that one is still under procurement, and supply chain is still busy with that procurement, because we are participating, we're taking it from Home Affairs, which they are actually utilizing at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. 10% of the beneficiaries that are not traceable. I think there is a slight maybe misunderstanding on that one. This particular 10% is not of the beneficiaries, of the potential, the applicants. You would imagine that the department received about 26,000 applications, which was up from 4,229 from the previous year. Of that 26,000, 18,000 are in tier 1, from 50,000 and below. So they go through the internal process of adjudication. Once the adjudication has been done, there is a process of due diligence, where now the due diligence confirm what is in the application versus what is on the ground. So in the tier 1 of 50,000, it's where we are having the informal economy, the second economy, where people submitted. Some of them are from the squatter camps, rural areas. So if you want to check whether these companies are indeed existing or not, so that you are then able to go to the next phase of disbursement, then that is that 10% of the people that are untraceable, but that the department is still continuously checking, also sending the information in the social media, communicating with their representatives as they met with the Honorable MEC in December. We're still checking them, but these are not people that have received anything or money. These are the applicants. The last point that I want to respond to is regarding the geographical location from Honorable Makwane of the Black Industrialist Program. Currently, we are having 46 black industrialists at a first phase, those that have received funding from the DTIC. You can imagine DTIC is the only one that is having a grant funding that is starting from 30 million of a project value, from 30 million and above. There are 46 of them. The majority of them are coming from the urban centers of the economy of the province. I think it goes to your point, Honorable Makubane, of the concentration of the economic activities in urban areas in the province. But as the department, we disagree with the threshold of 30 million. We believe that it is too high. Many people are trapped around the areas of 10 million, 20 million. That is why for the past 3 years, we came up with what we call the project profiling, where we look at the challenges, and then we were targeting 30 so that we do the pre-development challenges and they are elevated to the 30 million so that they apply to the 30 million threshold of the DTIC. But we also have the project that the HOD was talking about of the graduation, because we have realized that there is a missing link from 5 million, those people that are SMMEs, to the black industrialists. So we want to bridge that gap. This is what the HOD was talking about. Thank you very much.
Can we deal with response? Honorable member, we were supposed to adjourn at 11:30. We are still going to vote also in support. Let us get the response and deal. I know we have took a long time. Let us finish response.
Sorry, through you, Chair. Can I come in? Yeah, Honourable Chair and MEC and members. Just on the informal infrastructure projects, I think there was a question on a report on 3 projects, Msinga, Mbanjela and Emacheni. We're very willing to provide that. Maybe we can combine it with the question that the Chair was raising around the challenges we face when we deal with municipalities. I think you mentioned the issues of planning and projects not being completed, delays. We have evolved a very specific set of mechanisms to try and manage municipal projects, as we've learned over the years. So yes, we can provide it. The one on Manguzi is a complicated one. There have been intractable disputes between the developer, contractor and the municipality going back 3 years. But it is not budgeted for the next financial year, so that you understand it. It was budgeted in the 3 previous financial years. They had applied for a rollover because the project is not complete due to certain disputes. And we didn't agree with the rollover. And subsequently in December, the Treasury also didn't agree with the rollover. So we're trying to recover some money from them. And next week we will be doing the audits to ensure that the phase that we paid for, which was phase 1, which was completed in the middle of 2023, that we got value for money for it. When we do, as part of the process, Chair, with all of these projects, we work very closely with the Provincial Treasury. They've got an infrastructure team, and there's a team of engineers, and we use our auditors, and we go in and we look at the quality of the build, the structure, and whether there was value for money in terms of quality and structure. And then we look at all the invoicing and audit information that goes with that. So if you like, on that project, it may be interesting. We can also produce a report for you, because I think it would be of benefit to everyone to understand a bit more about that particular project. Thanks.
Thank you. Are we done, Department response? CFO?
No, thanks, Chair. I think mine, I'll cover the ones that I think there was one relating to the budget. On the environment side, when we're saying that the mandate we've transferred, one for the money for Itala that we have transferred, the first one that was for repurposing, actually it was the budget that was there. So what we needed to do was just to change the purpose of that funding, because it was for them to make sure that they keep the adequacy ratio at about 15 to 16%. So now we need it because of the challenges that Itala is already facing, so they needed that money to run the operation since their account is being closed. And also on the issues to say how long will this take, I think the HOD did cover that, but I think from our side is more to say once there is a way that Itala will be able to make sure that the monies that people are owing them, because currently even the bond and the finances that the people have borrowed, that money Itala is not collecting it currently. So it's more now to say they will need to have an account where at least they will be able to get that money. So it's more to say once all of that administrative issues have been sorted, Itala will not struggle much, because there are people who they've got debit orders that they are paying, of which those monies are not going through. So currently then that is where, so we are helping them to make sure that even though there is this legal backlist about the license, but also with the people that are owing Itala, that have got monies that they need to pay, to make sure that at least there is an account where that money can be collected from. Secondly, on the one that we've now done that was approved today, the latest environment, what we have done is that last week we had to run our expenditure report, and then we've noticed that some of the posts that were budgeted for, when we submitted them for approval, from Treasury side and OTP, they indicated that we needed to do some job evaluation on those posts before we can even advertise. So obviously that was the monies that we've identified as a money that is going to be a potential savings from us, or under expenditure, of which it was that money that we've then redirected towards the spending pressure that was coming from the letter that we've received from from the CEO or from the Itala that they were asking the province to assist. So from the treasury side, they asked the department to say, is there anything that you can spare, of which then we were able to identify that. That's why even the application for the environment was done on Monday, and then we only received the approval today. And then when it comes to the one that we submitted to Itala for the project at Imatateni, the 24 million, that money, it came from the program, which is program 3. It's just that now, since Itala falls within program 2, so we need then to increase the money that side. But we took the money from the sector development to then be able to pay for that project, because that sector, they deal with all the sectors, including the clothing and textile. And then the one for goods and services, just to explain, from the budget that we have, in actual fact, honorable members, is that if you're looking at ATA and you look at to say, how much money do they have? You just minus the compensation of employees, you minus the transfer. So the goods and services is all the things that we have on IPP that we need to do, unless that those monies we have transferred them to the municipalities. But all other expenses that we deal with, they sitting under goods and services, including even the leasing of the buildings that we are staying in. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, because I don't want to if there is something literally pending shortly, I will give you this opportunity to follow up. I will start with you, Honorable Makubane, and then Honorable Malala. Two of you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Won't take long. It's just the follow-up, not basically a question, don't need to respond, but almost it's more like maybe if we can look into it, like a homework, HOD. I got you clear on the issue of mining. That is, it's a well-protected area, and it's a national key point, or it's a national matter. But I think there's a reason for that. We must know mining, more especially on coal and the other ones. Ofisha bakhulu badla bancane. Lapha eMajuba, there are mines that has got coal now. There are some that were closed that has coal that can be produced for more than 50 years from now. But because of pricing, the issue of pricing, the other mines that belongs to some politicians and people were costing high, and then those ones that are near the Newcastle were costing low, so they had to buy them so that they would be under them and close them down with their pricing, and then so that they will continue in the market. So I think my suggestion is that let's put a research. Let's have a research on that district, come back with a report, and then that can then pave a way for possible investment in or reopening of many of those mines, so that we can create employment in that area of Amajuba. So let's make it a research exercise, and then we come back with a report. And then on the issue of SMMEs, HOD, we will continue. I don't know how many times I've repeated this. We'll continue having the issue of MMMCs just being given money, but there is no fruitful results. Let's have a marketing department in the economic development sector. Let's have a marketing department. You have given them money. They've started their businesses with the aim of producing any product. Then when they've produced that product, who assists them to make sure that they open a way to the market? Because the market is very competitive. The SMME that doesn't have a name, that is not a brand, that doesn't have any popularity, that SMME or the owner or the CEO or the group of that company will need assistance from the department that will crack the market for them, so that the product can go into the market. Because it won't help us to give them money, they produce, but there's no one who's assisting them on cracking the market. The market is very difficult, especially when you are facing the private sector. You will produce your own soap, you will produce your own whatever the product.
Honorable Nkomos, I think the point is made.
Chair, don't block. I'll get you on the issue on time, but let me emphasize my point.
I'm saying, Honorable Makuban, I gave you the time. Wait, I gave you the time to raise issues. I then say deal with now follow-up matters. You have raised the point, you have stressed the point, and we are pressed with time. I'm saying if there are any other matter, I want to give the department to respond to you so that we continue the meeting.
Okay, Chair, you have actually disturbed me. HOD, let's have that in the department, the marketing sector. That will assist them to take the product out to the market. Then now you'll see the product of the money that is being invested in those SMMEs. Then you won't have issues. A minute of that one, Chair, because you're having issue with time. The black industrialist, you have given us a light that the concentration is not distributed according to geographical spread. I'll make an example. I'm from Amachuba. I know a person who I'm not even affiliated with politically, who belongs on a political party of Ngamalala, no, Honorable Mdobel. That a black industrialist has got a potential. You can see now, he has employed more than 10 drivers driving trucks. He's mining a stone, but he's using diesel. I know he once quoted to me while we were still close that he needs electricity that's going to cost about 6 million so that he can have more production to use electricity on that mining. Now they're using diesel. Those needs to be supported because they're creating employment already under constraints. So let's support them. I'm just making an example so that we can spread geographically to even the northern KZN towns. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we go to you, Honorable Ngamalala, HOD, I think those were general comment, but if there is anything that you want to remark, I want to close this matter.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think we'll take the issues and we'll deal with them as a department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngamalala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. On the issue of the 50%, of 10%, what we cannot allow is that the department will send us reports. When they are being questioned, then they change the story. When you talk about in their draft APP that they've submitted to us, it says specific challenges related to Operation Vula Fund, including difficulties in tracing funded businesses. About 10% of entities are untraceable. So when they are questioned, then they change the story. They must go back and change this report. Otherwise, we'll stick to the report that they've submitted to us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Ngamalala. HOD, I think what Honorable Zuma is raising, it's quite serious. And thank you, Honorable Zuma, for raising that matter. Seated here, I almost took the story that was raised by the department. But thank you for raising it. It's literally unacceptable. Let us not mislead the committee, because that is to mislead us, to give us something and then amend it in your response. Can we deal with that so that it does not happen again? So what I will do, honorable members, I will have to call you individually to check your support of both the APP and the budget. I will start with Honorable Zuma.
Honorable Chairperson, ANC support.
Thank you. I will go to Honorable C. Kakane.
Chairperson, I'll abstain.
Thank you, Honorable Skakana. I'll go to Honorable Nobo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll abstain.
Thank you, Honorable Atebe.
Chairperson, I abstain.
Thank you, Honorable Makubane.
Thanks, Chair. I'll abstain.
Thank you, Honorable Makumane. Honorable Nessa.
The IFP supports, Chair.
Support. Thank you for that. Honorable Winkler.
We support, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tipuro.
Support, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. This committee by majority supports both the APP and the budget. I will then hand it over to you, Honorable MEC, to then remark, then I will come back. Sorry, before you come in, Honorable MEC.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We think we Chair Agazanga afford.
Thank you very much. I support both the APP and the budget. Then for formalities, so that it's recorded. Before I pronounce, you were supposed coordinator to then announce the result for formality. Just a second. Yeah. Legal advisor.
Thank you once again, Honorable Chairperson and members. The tally of the vote, there are 5 in support. There are 4 abstention, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you.
The support heavies.
The budget is supported. Thank you very much. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. In the interest of time, which is very much against us, just a response to Honorable Makubane. I'm sure Honorable Member will be pleased to note that on the issue of the impending closure of ArcelorMittal, we've been doing a lot of work with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, as well as the Department of Electricity and Energy. We've been assured that the national government, working together with us, have taken major steps to avert the impending closure of ArcelorMittal. The issue is that government is looking at the matter in broader terms, because we do not want to lose the capability of our country to be competitive on the steel industry. But also it would have had a negative impact on the town of Newcastle. Cabochem, we are in current discussions also to try and repurpose that one with LNG gas, and there are very good prospects to repurpose that industry. There is also a possibility of a huge investor to establish Ingagane electricity generation station. So all these projects are going to ensure that A, the economy in the north is not left to die, but also that the coal mining industry will feed into that operation. That's all I can say at this stage in the interest of time. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Let me take this opportunity and thank all honorable members for availing your time and for indeed asking smart and critical questions. Let me also thank the support team of the legislature for working tirelessly to ensure that they prepare honorable members. And then let me also thank you, Honorable MEC, for always availing yourself to lead the department whenever they are called by the committee. To the management through the HOD, we thank you. With that said, honorable members, the meeting is not adjourned. We still have one item, but we are done. If members of the department want to leave, we can release them. Thank you. Honorable members, as we are now on item 9 of the agenda, it's you, Mr. Nkos, who will be leading us on it.
It's you, so it's just your flight.
Okay, flight, it's there. Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable members, we are now dealing with the minutes of the previous meeting. Minutes were sent to all honorable members, but what we are going to do now, we are going to present them page by page, and in an event, and give honorable members to comment. We are on page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, then closure. Honorable members, we present to you the minutes of the previous committee meeting. I will then check if we view them as a true reflection. Or legal advisor?
Oh, no, sir. Oh, it's on now, Chairperson and members. Sorry to interject, Chair and members. I was a little bit wanted to comment on the minutes. I was thinking that the minutes that we are adopting are for the briefing, but having seen the minutes are for the meeting, so we need to adopt in the presence of the department, because it is the whole meeting of the committee, including the department, was part of that meeting. So maybe in future we should ensure that the department remain. I was thinking that the minutes are for the briefing, but
No.
I see the minutes are for the.
These are committee meeting. Minutes. I'm a minute a committee.
I see that
I'm a minute a committee.
they involve also the department, Chairperson.
But it department.
So normally when we adopt the minutes, we adopt with it present.
Okay. No, it's
I'm saying in future because we can't call them.
No.
Thank you, Chair.
It's really, honorable members, the minutes true reflection of the previous meeting. Anyway, our members have the adoption and the rejection of the minutes. Madam.
No, thanks, Honourable Chair. I think what is being raised by advocate, it's a matter that they must advise as the legislature, because we have been in this, legislature previously. We were adopted minutes without a department. If it's a new thing and a new proposal, it must be processed correctly so that we don't have this confusion. Thank you.
Yeah, no. That is why, Honorable Ngamalala, I think I'm aligned with you. That is why myself I was confused. But nonetheless, can we adopt the minutes?
I move for the adoption of the minutes.
You move for the adoption. Seconder of the mover. Yes, Honorable Tipura.
I second the adoption, the minutes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. With that, the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you so much.
Hey, I'm issues, but